Welcome. Welcome all to a Friday stream. We're gonna do some sound design and see where we end up. I want to make some sounds. Welcome. I hope you're good. It's hot out here. It's first summer day. That's so if you hear a fan, that's just it's on and it's gonna be on during the stream because yeah, I'm sweating my balls off. Anyways, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good here. So yo everyone, yo Adukan, Demi, Greedo, Sefia, welcome. So we'll see what we'll do today, but I definitely want to make some bass patches and probably make some drums as well. So I want to make some drums for the pack as well. So we might just make some bass patches, and then every time we make a bass patch, make some drums for it or something, so that I can, you know, bounce those to audio for the pack. I also uninstalled Live 11.3, so I went back to Live 11.2 because I was getting really annoyed by Live 11.3 with all the new buffering and all. Well, it's just buggy as hell. So I went back to the previous version because it was just really annoying. And I actually haven't tested it yet, but it should be good now. Let me check real quick. Yeah, it's good. Okay, nice. Let's see. Let's do that view. I'm shirtless today, so we'll just do this view because I'm not sure if YouTube is gonna like my male nipples in view. Yeah, the issue with the previous live update, I don't know what they did. Well, I know what they did. They changed the way Ableton warps the samples. But it's just been really buggy. So what was happening for me? Like, I would click a sample, and as you can see right now, if I click a sample, it immediately starts playing, and the preview waveform here just pops up right away. Right? It just immediately starts. But on 11.3, it would just take like, I don't know, like 400 or 500 milliseconds before the sound would start playing and the waveform would appear here. So it would just lag for like 400 milliseconds or something like that. And then it would start playing. And then if I would click the next sample, it would do that again. So, I mean, it's only 400, 500 milliseconds, but still, it's getting really annoying. And then you would think, after it has buffered and scanned the sample, and it has played it properly, that it doesn't have to do that again. But then every time I click the sample again, it would do it again. It would rebuffer the sample again. And I would see here in the bottom left, I would see a rebuffering sample. And I was like, what? Or like buffering sample or something like that. And it would just keep doing that. And I was like, that makes no sense. So yeah, I reverted back. And one other thing I noticed that also cannot be right. When you have like a really long audio file, and if I would play it in the browser, and I would just wait for the audio to be completely loaded, so you can see it loading here, right? If you click like a really long file, like what do we have? Do we have some like resampled thing that is pretty long? See, it's like this thing, so that it's loading, right? Sure. Oh, you can't see that. that you can see that it's loading there, right? Like that. If I would let it load completely and then drag it into an audio track, it would only add a single warp marker. If I would load it in while it's still buffering, it would add like 100 warp markers in the audio file, and I was like, what? So that probably also is a bug. And I was like, yeah, it's just annoying. So back to 11.2 it is. Honestly, I don't really care too much about that new synth that they added that drifts in, so it's not that big of a deal. The only thing that was annoying is I had to redo my Ableton template because I had saved over my Ableton template in 11.3, so my template wouldn't load when I opened up 11.2 again. And I was like, damn. So I had to redo my template, but it's fine, it's back. So, luckily I'm not the only one though. I've seen a lot of people having issues with the last live update. On the Reddit page of Ableton, there's just been a lot of people complaining about lagging and like other things. And at first, I thought at first it was the thing that they said as well about the whole thing, that when you open up a project, it has to rescan all the samples in the project or something like that. You would theoretically, according to Ableton, have to manually trigger that yourself, but for some reason, everybody who installed 11.3 and started it up, loaded the project, would just get their project frozen for like a couple of seconds because Ableton is just reloading all the samples, and it was just doing it automatically for every project, which was not intended, Ableton said. But still, even after I would just let it do that, and depending on the size of the project, it could be, you know, a little bit longer, but even after that, it would still lag a lot and do like weird things when I would click around the browser. So, I don't know, I'll probably wait until 11.4 is out or something. But did anybody else have issues with it, or are you guys all good? I'm not sure if it's Mac or Windows specific though, these issues, because I mostly saw people saying that they were on Windows that had issues, but might have also been for Mac. Anyways, you're holding out? Yeah, well, I normally kind of wait too, but I was like, let me check out, because I kind of wanted to check out that Synth Drift. I did check it out, but honestly, it's not really that big of a deal. It's just a subtractive synth, basically. You've got issues, but they are from the beginning there. Oh, so you already had those issues. Well, yeah, that makes sense then. Let's see. Let me... Let's think. What are we gonna try? Got. Let's not choose from the pack. Let's I don't necessarily have a plan right now. I'm just messing about. We're just getting started. Um, where is that coming from? Okay. How do we unlink that again? There we go. see where I wanna. Sure, that'll do for now. Okay, let's go to the kick real quick. Let's do that. Ooh. Leave it at that. Probably replaced anyway. I've been diving into a rabbit hole last night. Or was the night before that? I think it was the night before that. No, it was last night. Last night I was like, I'm gonna do some sound design. I'm gonna make some bass. And then I ended up doing something completely different. I went down a rabbit hole of Japanese skills yesterday. I learned some cool things though. I learned some interesting things that made me kind of see these skills in a different way now, which is kind of interesting. I mean, we could maybe play around with it a little bit, see what happens. Yo, Kenny. And yo, Dank Fabric. Welcome. I mean, we could just quickly... I could just quickly show you what I mean. Let's see. Let's grab ourselves some kind of an instrument. Just grab a piano. For now. Let me grab Rex. Wait, didn't I not put that in here? Oh wait, it's probably a MIDI. Yeah. There we go. There we go. There you go. So, as you know, I love Japanese stuff, Japanese music, and I always had an interest in Japanese scales. But so I was looking into them a little bit, and I learned something new about it. Like, there's 4 very commonly used traditional Japanese scales. Now, wait, maybe I should go about it first like this. I'm not entirely sure about the theory behind this and how much this applies to all Western scales, but if you, for instance, have a minor scale, so let's see, D minor, right? So the first 4 notes, those 4 form a tetrachord, then the second 4, I guess that's another one. So you can split that chord up into 2 groups of 4 notes, right? If you include the next octave. And I landed on a page explaining Japanese music theory, which is very, well, there's a lot online that is incorrect and stuff. But it was explaining something about how traditional Japanese scales are, obviously, they're a lot of times pentatonic. So they will have 5 notes. But you can split those up into groups of 2 trichords, and then it becomes really easy to understand the 4 traditional scales that they have. So, if we take D and another D, so we have 2, basically a root and an octave, and then we add the 4th and the 5th, we now have 2 identical sets of notes, right? The distance between those is the same. And now you can put any extra note in between those 2 groups, and you have one of the traditional Japanese scales. So if we add F here and C here, that one might already look familiar to some of you, because that is basically just, what is that, the minor pentatonic. Let me make it a little bit louder. Oh, that's just a minor pentatonic, but that is also one of those scales. Now I can show it a little bit easier if we do this. Let me just put that there. So let's say we have D. We do the, okay, let's make it a little bit quieter. D, that is our root. Then the 4th, that would be G. And the 5th is A. And then another D. So now we get these 2 groups. And then we can basically just create a trichord by putting 1 extra note in. Now these, that's a trichord. And then 1 there. We get another trichord. And then these together form your pentatonic minor scale. Or minor pentatonic. But if we just now move these 2 around, we get different scales. So I can, if I just, I should arrange them like this maybe. Let me just redo this real quick. G, A, then we want another D, and then we're gonna put that one there. So this would be the minor pentatonic. Right? That is equivalent to the Minyo scale in Japanese. And then we also get, for instance, this one. That's also one of their traditional scales. This one is another one of their traditional scales. This one is obviously the minor pentatonic, and then this one is the fourth very commonly used traditional scale that they use. So just by moving those notes around like that, you can create the 4 most commonly used traditional Japanese pentatonic scales. And then there's obviously one other thing we can do, and that is do something different, because now we're basically keeping the same interval structure for both of these 2 groups. We can also do it different. So we can say, use the first half, let's use the minor pentatonic version, so that one maybe, or that one. And then in the second half, we'll use that. So now we get... And all of those are traditional Japanese scales. So let me check real quick, because I don't really know what they're all called. But if we... Oh. If we open up this website real quick. Put that on my second screen. This will be the root. The fourth, so that is 5 semitones up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the fifth, 7 semitones up, so that would be here. We get that. That is again our 2 groups of equal distanced notes. And then we get, for instance, that one and that one, and we get this scale. If I now move this one here and that one here, we get that scale, which is also apparently a Scottish scale, but that would be called in Japanese Ritsu or Gakaku, which is one of their traditional scales. And then again, this would obviously be the minor pentatonic, which is equivalent to, what was it again? Yeah, Minyo. And then this is, I guess, the Ionian pentatonic, but that as well is used in Japan, and it's called that, however you want to pronounce that. Ryukyu, I believe. But then there's that one other combination that I really like, because these are pentatonic scales, right? So they also align with a lot of our Western scales. For instance, the minor pentatonic would obviously work over any minor scale in that same key. But this one, like if I take... so if we have the regular minor pentatonic, that's this, yeah. And if we then move the second note of that scale down to here, so 1 semitone above the root, we get Koken Yoshi, which is quite interesting. And that has a really interesting sound, but also aligns, if I'm correct, with the Phrygian scale, which is quite interesting. You just gotta add. Oh yeah, YouTube has changed something. They are now doing midstream ads as well. I thought I turned it off, but apparently it still is not turned off. Let's stream as well. I clicked the thing to turn it off, but I just think it turns it back on or something. Because every time I load the settings from the previous stream, it's just back on again. So I'm not sure. I think it's still a little bugged. But yeah, it's quite interesting. So it doesn't make much sense yet. Oh wait, let me keep that one in there. If we add something like just a drone note on one note, so for instance on D. Maybe a little lower. Sure. Doesn't matter, that's really wide. So I can play with those So minor pentatonic obviously gives us this sound. Which is alright, you know, that's alright. It's very often used. It's probably the easiest skill to use when you want to start soloing over something. I think that is probably the one that anybody would learn first, minor pentatonic. But it is actually a Japanese traditional skill as well. In fact, it's called, like I said, it's called minyo, and there is a whole style of music in Japan called minyo, which mostly utilizes that skill, I believe. So that's why it's called that. But let's go and look at that other one, because there's a couple of ones. So, oh, let me go to here. So those are the notes that we need for the skill. Those are always the same. Now we've got... Not really a big fan of that one, but the one that I really like is that one where we get that interval, so... And that one just has a really cool sound. Hey, medic. No. I'm shirtless.
No face cam?
No, I'm shirtless. It's really hot out here at the moment, and I wanted to make sure YouTube doesn't get angry. But thanks for the 100 Swedish crowns again. Lol, show it. You don't want to see my... I need to shave my chest hair. Greedo says, Chinese music also use a lot of pentatonic. Yeah, that's true. That is in fact true. So, yeah, like, just to get back at that one thing, and medic, thanks, you know it. Now, there's two traditional skills that I really like from the Japanese traditional skills. One is, I need to go and check what they were called again. Oh, I closed that page. That's no big deal. So we have root, that, fourth, fifth, that, and that's basically it. So that is Hon Kumo Yoshi, which I believe this is wrong. Well, it's not wrong. This is that particular name. But this is not a skill. And I'm not entirely sure if that is right. But as far as I know, this part of the name implies that this is not a skill but a tuning for, I believe, kodo as an instrument. And it's as a skill it's called different, but maybe it lists that right here. No, it doesn't. Oh wait, yeah. Yeah, I believe it's called akebono as a skill, but this is more the name of the tuning system that this is. But so that one sounds really interesting. Has that Phrygian sound, but then we also have this one, which also has that same sound, but then just has that part in there. And you can also mix between these two as well, of course. You can do a part in this and then a part in that. And if we just add, like, if we just have this and then add that one of the other version that I liked, and then add the regular third here, we got Phrygian. See? So this and this both aligns within the Phrygian skill. So that's really interesting. It makes for some quite interesting things that you can do with like a melody on top. If you just think about it in a different way and say like, oh, I'm not gonna use the, what is that? This is the 5th, that would be the 6th of the scale. I'm not gonna use the 6th, and I'm also not gonna use the 3rd. You just get a whole different sort of like sound for the melody that you'll end up with, as opposed to when you're using the 3rd and the 6th of the scale. Little deviant, little tangent, but it's fine. Instead of talking about channel strips, I would be a strip channel. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe not. Now, on a piano, it doesn't really sound too much like something Japanese, right? But as soon as I add something else, like this is technically a Chinese instrument, but they used this same instrument in Japan, so it's fine. We can use that one. But if I now do this, and let's see where that range is. Oh, wrong track. Okay. So if I now play that same scale, you'll immediately hear. So if I play. Right? We immediately. You immediately get that sound. Now it's still just a Phrygian scale. But we just leave a couple of notes out, and it sounds completely different. You are searching for Turkish skills. I have no knowledge about... Well, I do know a little bit about Middle Eastern skills, but I'm not sure if they use the same skills in Turkey. I know in the Middle East, they use something called makams, which is basically what we call skills. But they're using, well, a different system than what we use. A lot of them use quarter tones and stuff like that, so it's different from our 12-tone system that we use here in Western Europe. But I don't really know a lot about Turkish skills. I do love learning about like skills from other places in the world and like music theory behind traditional music from other places in the world, because it's just really interesting. Yeah, well, the thing is with Middle Eastern music, there's a lot of quarter tones. There's even instruments like that, you know. There's like what is it, the quarter tone trumpet or something like that. There's a lot of interesting things like that in music all over the world. Anyways, what are we gonna do? Let's think. I mean, definitely needs a bit of reverb on this thing to sound nice. Yeah, really nice sounding scale. Even that one as well. Well, then I should leave the C out. Go straight to D. Well, I mean, this is a library for Contact. It's not. This doesn't come with Contact itself. This is the library Jade Ethnic Orchestra. Not sure from the top of my head how expensive this one is, but it's probably not cheap. In general, Contact libraries are usually not cheap. Sometimes there are some cheap ones, but most of the time you'll also not get as much detail in the instrument when they're cheaper. Basically, the thing with Contact is they're all sample based, so to get a realistic sound, you need to record a lot of samples from an instrument. So usually it's not just like, oh, we're gonna record every note, but we also need to record every note in 5 or 6 different velocity layers. And then a lot of times libraries will also include multiple recordings of the same note, so that when you hit the same note twice, it doesn't sound exactly the same. And stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of but there's a lot of really good Contact libraries out there. Yeah, you basically just, well, Contact does come with a factory library. I don't think I have, oh, I do have it open here. It does have, like, some sounds in it that are okay, I believe. Yeah, it does have some, like a shakuhachi flute, but honestly, I'm not sure. Let me put a utility on here so that it makes the gain a little bit louder, because every time I load in a new instrument, it resets the gain here. So, it sounds alright. It does sound kind of like a shakuhachi flute, but there are also libraries, for instance, specifically dedicated to this sound, that do it a lot better, right? So the sounds that come in here are okay, and if you just need something that sounds like a little bit like it, I guess it will be good, but you're not gonna get the same sort of like, ooh, what does the oot sound like, or whatever you want to pronounce that. Like, it's not gonna sound as good as a lot of the other libraries that you can buy, like the third-party libraries. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the factory sounds, honestly, that come with Contact. I think they sound pretty shit. But if you just need some like, I guess a guitar-like sound that sounds different from a regular guitar, hey, it's fine. You know, process the hell out of it, and you're gonna get something cool. But there's also like that flute, for instance. I have this. I have a library for that, which is this one from Sonica, which is a Japanese company as well, which make these libraries. And this one will immediately sound so much more detailed compared to the one that comes with Contact. And they will come with all the key switches and stuff that you can use to change the sound up, which I'm not sure where they are. So you can change like the sound while there's so much more expression with third-party libraries versus the Contact Factory sounds. But yeah, it's great for like anything that sounds more like realistic. A lot of like orchestral stuff will be Contact most of the time because that's just it's really good for that. Because it's sample based. But there's also other things in it, like I love these three right here, these Granular libraries. Those are really cool as well. But yeah, it can really become quite an expensive hobby. Let's just say that. Can you hear the granular ones? I mean, I can open one of them up. They're all pretty good. Ashlight is a bit of a darker sound. Straylight is a bit more of a, how do you say it? Bit more of a, well, slightly less dark, but still quite otherworldly, I guess. And then Farlight is more vocal based, so there's more vocal like sounds in it. But yeah, just the default patch, I guess. And then you get this to change the sound, which you can obviously connect to all kinds of stuff, and there's a ton of presets. But these are pretty cool as well. There's some really nice sounds in here. Like, some really cool sounds in here, and the great thing is that that's something that Native Instruments has done pretty good with these. Is that there's an initialize patch, and then you just start basically from scratch, and you can just basically go in here, and you can go through all the samples that are included with these libraries, which is quite nice. Native Instruments has been doing that lately for a lot of their libraries, which is good, so that you can basically just make your own patches. I feel like, especially lately, like the Contact libraries have really been getting quite good. Back in the day, you wouldn't necessarily get a lot of control over a lot of things, but lately there's been like libraries coming out that are kind of just like almost like a synth in a way, even though it's sample based. It's quite interesting. Anyways, let's go and do something. Let's go with in the key of D, and we're just gonna make something. Just get started with some kind of atmosphere. Let's just use this one. I like the sound of that one. Let's just use that one again. But instead I'm loading the tremolo patch so that I can switch to that. Then we can just create ourselves a bit of this. Okay, let's put something in here to give us a bit of tempo. Let's just do an audio track. I made a sound. Where is it? Wait, what? Oh. One moment. I quickly need to add one folder, I think, because I think I did that folder. I added that in the newer Ableton version that I had installed. Where is it? Yeah, here. Select folder. Let's just put it somewhere up here. Oh yeah, it's gonna wait a little bit. There we go. Yeah, that one is good for this. I like that one. I was making some taiko drums, like some processed taiko drums, and for like the drum pack that I'm working on, and I made this one, and I really like the sound of it. It's in the key of D as well. I tuned it to D, but it just sounds really nice. So what if we start an intro with that, and let's just do some sound design as we go. Glad to pay for the update plan because the money was hard earned. What do you mean? Which update plan? What are you guys talking about? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay, let's start with this and then oh. So this is 16 bars? Yeah, okay. Let's see, we have some weird percussion. I got all those, or all. I got a bunch of those Music Radar packs, those free packs that they've been releasing for years. And I believe there's some stuff in here. Found sound beats. Something that we can chop up and use as intro percussion, basically. Maybe this one. Like that has a bit of some cool, interesting sounds in it. So let's just do slice the new MIDI track. Okay. Yeah, join my Patreon for samples if you want. And presets and other stuff. I drop stuff on there every month. So you can just grab everything if you join now. And you get a whole bunch of samples and other stuff. Actually, these... Let's see what else we got here. See what else we have. Raw hits. What do we have in here? Let's see. We had some other percussion ones, I believe. Household Rhythm. That had some. Percussion. Yeah, I think that could work, but... Let's add some markers here. Right around there seems good. Doesn't have to be exact. I just want them to be so like at the start of each one of those. Because then I can... let's just add one here as well. Then we can chop it up afterwards. And make it all a bit more consistent, because they're a little bit wonky. Let's put one there. And I'm not really doing this too... don't really care too much where it is. I just want it to be roughly... Well, this one might even sound better if it's right there. We'll shorten them anyway. Some maracas. So they have a slightly different sound. This one has a weird crackle at the end. Right before it loops. That one doesn't. That one doesn't either. That one doesn't either. I kind of like this one, I think. Okay. I'm hearing something here. We'll just use some kind of a string instrument, so I guess we'll just go to contact. I'll just do this one again, doesn't matter. Let's just do that one again. Because it sounds kind of cool. Could also go for a Japanese one, but... do I hear? Kind of hearing that. Basically that. But then different sounding. So let's just start messing with this. Quite wet, maybe. Let's go and try Portal on it. Okay. Why is that not doing anything? It's just really quiet. Oh, there we go. It does a little thing. Let me put one extra note in. Maybe that one. It's getting pretty quiet. Just don't want to blow my ears when it suddenly gets loud again, so let me just put a limiter on here. Just for the for safety. Oh. Such a goated device. It's an interesting sound. Like if we... Let me just... Like that's the sound, right? Can make some quite interesting things from it. Let's try... Ooh, I always like messing with Shaperbox. Shaperbox is such a cool plugin. Especially with the... Where should we put it? We should put it after the reverb. Like especially with the... that time module can be really cool as soon as you start... I guess just start messing with things. Like, being able to just... If we do, what is it, this? Or, let me check. sure why we're not getting anything there, though. Can we... Ah, nice. Can we delete those odd ones? Oh? Oh, wow. That's interesting. So if you do that... Ah, cool. Can you also remove them all at once? Nice. Let's go here. Gets really weird, but kind of cool. The hell? Let me grab a drink. Drink at hand. There we go. Holy shit, that's really quiet. Why is that so quiet? Oh. Okay. Why has it suddenly gone super quiet? Okay, weird. Let me just do this then. Just wanted to keep that sound. I'm not sure if I will be able to use it, but I just wanted to keep that because it sounds kind of cool. I guess I should do the same for this one. Wait, is Ableton doing auto warping again? God, did I do that? Huh, weird. Yeah, I guess I did that. Okay, fine. It's not exactly what I heard, but it is a cool sound, so I definitely want to keep those. Let's go back into the portal. It's kind of a variation on that same sound. Let me record that one as well. Kind of wonder what that one sounds like without the pitch shifter as well. So, without this one? Yeah, I love Granular stuff. Idea. Let's try. For weird stuff, let's try this one. See what we get. This one is so fucking cool. Sandman Pro. It's kind of like a granular delay, and like a modular granular delay in a way. So this one has so many weird presets. It just sounds really weird, but it can be really cool as well for resampling. Crank this up a little. Okay, if we want to hear more what it does, let's do that, and let's lock the mix so that the mix is 100% for every preset. Shut up. Can create some really weird sounds with this delay. For some reason it has now stopped. Whoa. Whoa, that's weird. It's a sound design stream. That's what it is today. Oh, I'm gonna bounce that. That sounds really interesting. I'm gonna do a little change here. Should we? So weird. Really screechy. Yeah, I guess we'll just let it go like that. It's fine. Just want to record that sound before I fuck it up. It's different though every time it loops, so see, that one is suddenly a lot louder. Some weird sounds to drop on Patreon as well. I guess. And that delay is so weird. That's what I mean. What the hell? Ooh. Yeah, you can create weird soundscapes and weird sound effects with this a lot. It's just... Yeah, it's basically modular in a way. Not fully, but... I just already like these plugins because they come with a ton of presets, and just flicking through them, you just get a ton of weird sounds that just make you go, ah. I don't even necessarily have to, you know, make a preset. You just go through some presets until you hear something cool. But you can also do that if you want, of course. What the hell is that? Like... That's so cool. So weird. So that one is really cool. Also really like Silo by them. This one. This one is really good for just, I don't know, just making... This is also Granular, so this is like... So... This one gets a little bit loud though, so let me take the utility off. See, so there we go. So this one sounds really cool as well when we start doing, I don't know, 0.5 or minus 0.5, so it starts going backwards. Ooh. Got some pretty nice. What if we... Now it's doing that fade because of the audio. It's a little bit quiet, so we can't really see it that well, but you can see here there's almost nothing, and then there's audio coming in. So this playhead here is where it's generating grains from, and this one is the new grains, or the playhead of the sound coming in. And then, I don't know, we can... This is the... sort of like the... What do you call it? The gate, I guess? It's kind of a weird way of how it works, but... all those connected dots is where it will trigger a grain, and then the ones that are not connected, those it doesn't trigger a grain. So it doesn't trigger a grain every 8th note, but it does it every, well, whatever 8th note is selected. So you get different rhythms. And then if you change the rate here, you also get even more random stuff. Because now every time it hits one of those dots, it changes the speed for this one. Because this DEV, that stands for deviate. So if we do this, it just starts going at random speeds. And if I then set it to that, you can see that every time it switches, it... there we go. Plays a grain. It's quite interesting. You can even create like almost like time stretchy effects. Set this to I don't know, 25%. Oh, 0.25. and create some really interesting polyrhythmic stuff like this. Because that rhythm is changing every time it loops, and it's... Oh. Let's see. All right. Hard to say. That one we can see a little bit better. I tuned it to D by ear. Nice. Oh wow, that does a lot. Okay. Why is it doing this? Also nice. Oh, I wish there was a dry wet for this. So you could do this tape in parallel. That's fine too. Ghost snares. Put those on the top one so we can easily select all the ghost ones. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. That one. Or maybe that one. This one is just weird. The rim shot of this snare is not too nice. It doesn't have the resonance that some of the other ones have. Maybe it does on the higher, sort of like higher velocities though. No, it doesn't. Lekkere ratels. Lekker ratelen. I would just add a different one, I guess. I mean, we can go into one of these. Hey. Cowbell. We can go into one of these, and we can just select snares. Maybe that one. And then I just need to find which that is linked to. It's such a shame that there's nothing in here that tells you what key it is corresponds to in your DAW. At least not that I know. Kit page? See, there's nothing in here telling us what this is linked to in terms of what key. So I have to go in the MIDI and I have to go and check. Where we now get another snare. Like that is the snare, the original one, so it's somewhere higher. It's a toms. Where's the snare? D6. And now we can... What I'm gonna do though is I'm just gonna loop this section real quick. Longer. Something. Maybe even like that. Now the thing is, I probably want to move the ghost snares there as well. These ones. Maybe even... Yeah, then maybe we'll do a little choke here. Yeah, of course, it's possible to synthesize toms. You can basically synthesize any type of drum if you want. Toms are pretty... I guess it would be hard to make them sound realistic. Toms would be easy to make if you want like more synth-like sounding toms. But if you want more realistic toms, it would be a little bit more difficult. I would probably play around with just like... Let me save, first of all. I can see if I can really quickly get close to the sound of a tom. I would probably start with some FM, so maybe like an operator. And... let me just put a MIDI note in here. Let's just do a D1, why not? Start with something like that. And then maybe give it like something for the attack. So you wanna probably give it like a little extra thing here. You can play around with like maybe see, you already get a bit of a woody kind of tone in it. And then I would probably mess with, I don't know, like corpus on it or something, you know? Like if you have Ableton, I would try out messing with corpus, because that would probably give it like some extra, like some extra harmonics and tones that could be good. So like just map that into here, set it to frequency, so it follows the pitch, which is gonna do that right now. But that might help to make it sound a bit more realistic. And then you want to go in here and mess with all of these. And you can, I don't know, 24? No, lower. See, so you already get a bit more of the tone of a tom. Corpus is a resonator. So I guess it's a delay. At like the heart of it. But it's a resonator, basically. So it just allows you to like add a resonant frequency, but it does it in kind of an interesting way. What you also probably want to mess with is convolution reverb. That's another really good way to add like some extra interesting tones to it. But yeah, this is where I would start, and then you could mess with maybe some really slight pitch envelope and stuff like that to give it a bit more, well, a bit more of a punch. But it's really gonna be hard to get it to sound more realistic, if you get what I mean. Definitely with some convolution reverb, that would definitely make a good difference. To put it more in a space, but mess with the envelope time here. So yeah, that's a bit of how I would start, but from there, yeah, it's all gonna be a lot of messing around. What I also like to do is what I've recently been messing with a lot as well. Is just taking like a tom sample or like some percussive sample and putting that inside of Faceplant and using it as like a source, or basically just using like some other oscillators to do stuff with that, or layer it with the tom and just get it to sound different. And you can do some pretty cool stuff with Faceplant in that regard. What were we doing? We were doing drums. So here. We probably wanna. Could let's take these out. Oh, I'm hearing this. I'm like, what the hell is that little extra thing? But it's this thing. Let me just do that real quick. Ah. Can try layering that with a hat. Does that make sense? I guess. Can you hit a hi-hat and choke a cymbal at the same time? I guess you can. You have to be quick though, but strike the cymbal and then choke the cymbal with one hand while you strike a hi-hat with the other. I guess that's possible, but we're also hitting a snare. Oh no, snare is hitting right in front of it. Yeah, this would be possible. Snare and cymbal together. That's two hands. Choke plus hi-hat. So that's two hands. And a kick for a foot. So that's three. Yeah, that works. That could be done in real life. Just to, you know, it's not necessarily important, but if you're making drum and bass, but I like thinking about that when I'm doing breaks. I like thinking about, is this actually possible? Could you theoretically do this? Like, sometimes you might think like, oh, I'm just gonna do like a hi-hat here and then another a tom right there, and then it's like, yeah, that's cool, but that fill would not be possible in real life, right? No, it doesn't matter, but if I'm making a break, then I usually like thinking about it. Okay, so let's give this a little bit of groove as well, because it's a bit static at the moment. So I'm just gonna give it my own groove. Now it should be way too much, but let's back it down a bit. Now, let's go into the hi-hat, because we haven't messed with the hi-hat at all. Oh, yeah, and maybe EQ this snare a little bit. That extra one that comes in. Now, maybe I wanna do a little... that's the snare. I kind of want to have something in here though, but... oh wait, maybe that one. try this. No, it wants to be stopped on the kick. Yeah. I know. But the thing is, like, when I'm making a break, then I kind of think about it. Oh, what if we... Where's the toms? Maybe we want to have a little tom in here as well. Maybe not. I mean, this is a pretty good break though. But let's go to the hi-hat and let's see here, because I want to see what other hi-hats we have. Idea. Since this is not doing anything on the room, let's take the room out from the kick and snare, and I'm gonna go also here. Let's take it out here as well, and then we can add the room in, and that only has the hi-hat. Cymbal as well, I think. Oh. Where is it? Come on. Yeah. So let's take these out of the room as well. Or maybe just have them really quiet in the room, but this is basically impossible. So what I said earlier is completely out of the window now. But whatever. Now we only have the head in that, and then we can mix that in for some extra high end. What the hell? Why is there a beetle walking on my mic stand? What the hell? Come here. Walk on my finger. What are you doing here? There's a ladybug walking on my mic. Come on. Yes, good. Climb on my finger. Don't fly away. I know that you guys do that. Fly. There you go. Okay, that's taken care of. What the hell? I'm like, I see something move on my mic. I'm like, oh, what is that? It's just a ladybug walking around. Okay. Okay, we're going impossible. No. Where's the fucking cowbell? Where is it? It's there. Should we use the cowbell? Nice. Definitely want to save this break though. I'm gonna save it without the cowbell though. Cowbell's a bit much. We'll just bounce this real quick. Just don't want to lose that one. Yep. Yeah, decent break. Okay. Okay, let's try a different pattern as well. Because there's a really good sound as well for rolling break. So what I was thinking is if I just grab all of this and just do that. Start with that. Okay. Ooh, that was actually really cool what I heard there. Maybe not as cool as I thought it was, but it does kind of work. A little louder. Not as great as I thought it was going to be. So let's do this. And do we want to have another? Oh yeah. Oh, why does it sound cool on the first time and not here? That's weird. Oh, that's cool. It's actually interesting. Nice break though. Just the last part I want to make a little better. I like this. What if we give it a little bit more? I kind of like the other ghost snare, even though it makes no sense with that snare. We do a little. Or a little. It gets really weird. That's pretty good though. So now let's bounce this as well, because that's a pretty good break. It's just basically just a variation on that other one. So definitely want to have that. Ah, decent. This one, I think what I also want to do real quick is let's just I think I'll also bounce this one, because that is kind of nice. Three B. I'll rename those later. Oh. Let's only do this section. Don't need it twice. Yeah, I can do another video on drums, but I feel like we've already done the main thing. I can do one about like making an. Didn't I already do one about making an entire break with addictive drums? I think I did. But maybe I should do a new one. Because, I don't know, people seem to like watching that. Yeah, it sounds pretty much identical in mono. Okay, I made some good drums. Okay. Bass time. I'll do one if you guys want. I mean, just let me know what you want for Patreon. Like, I want to do more videos for the Patreon as well. That eventually will also end up on the channel, of course, but they'll be on Patreon before, and then I'll make them public on YouTube itself. But I always need ideas. Like, I'm running out of ideas for tutorials after years of doing tutorials, to be quite honest. And I can only do so much stuff before I start repeating myself. So, yeah. If any of you have any ideas for tutorials, or just for video stuff that you want to know something about, just shoot me a message on Discord or Patreon itself, and just go like, yo, could you do something about this? Or could you do something about that? Or maybe you hear a track and have a sound, and you're like, hey, how would you make something like that? And I probably won't be able to tell you exactly how to make that sound, but I might be able to give you some pointers on how to get closer to sounds like that. So, yeah, just let me know. But I can try. I can see what I can do for like another drum video. Let's think. Let's listen from the start here and see what we are gonna do with this. So I'm not entirely liking that this one, even though it's cool, but I think we can do better with this one. I'll leave it in for now, but let's have a little listen. What the fuck is happening with the insects at the moment? Now there's a moth inside. Yo, what are you doing? Oh, hey. I thought it goes on my hand right away. Yeah, I'll close my hand because you're flying. One moment, guys. My window is literally open for like a little tiny bit. Well, it's outside. It's definitely spring again. All the insects are out. I really like the drum pattern that we made. Not sure if it will be final drums for this, but it does work. if we're gonna do that, then we wanna have some FM on this that, or have this at like 2 voices without width, and then should, but it doesn't. Sounds like shit, so we're not gonna do that. Sure. Okay. Let's go some else. Do something else. Try. See what we get if we try this one. Holy shit. Look at the level. Wanna do something cool? Holy shit. Needs more here. Don't like that though. It's pretty wide, so I want to check real quick what it sounds in mono. Yeah, it definitely loses quite a bit in mono, but I want to make sure that that high note has quite a bit of stereo, because that high note wants to have stereo. So, let's see. Let's go maybe that. Okay, let's try. It is still really wide though, and this would be too wide for bass most of the time. As long as we can make the mono sound good, that's all we need. But it is quite an interesting sound. Let's. We can also decrease this a little. effects I used in Serum? Those. See, now it's already a lot more similar in mono and in stereo. It does lose its width, but it has a similar tone. Quite interesting bass, actually. Still want to see if I can... Of course we can. If we put this on here... I don't like that though. I'm not sure if this is the right bass for this thing though. Don't think so, but it is a nice bass. It's gonna be the weirdest transition ever. I can also put this one in here. Mm, 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 mm. We can try this. Let's see if this works. Da, da, da. 16? It's actually really cool. Can we make it? Oh wait, maybe we should set it to peak mode. It's kind of cool. Cool sound though. I know what I'm gonna do with this one for now, for sure. Save, and let me drag this one into my here. Let's drag it into here. Recess. That is what we're gonna call it. There we go. That way I don't lose that, and I still always have that in there. I'm not sure if it's the right thing for what I had in mind for this though. But at least we made a good bass sound. And that's what the stream is about. I mean, it does. Okay, let me quickly check. What does this sound with our drums? Not bad. Let's group. We want to have some sidechain. So what I'm quickly gonna check here. Ooh, can I do this? If I group this and then create another chain, and I set this chain to the key C1. There we go. And then I want another chain. I'm gonna set that one to D1. Let's call this kick. I should be able to go to the is it 15? Yeah, 15. And then I can select these here. So I can say kick trigger pre-effects. Does that work? Yeah. Nice. And then I can do the same thing here. Snare. So that is now working. Wait, let's just grab a compressor real quick. Bit heavy, but it's fine. Oh yeah, we also need to do that one. That one. D6. We also need to include D6. Too bad we cannot assign 2 keys to this one. That's a bit of a shame. But no, we cannot do that. I was like, we'll just do snare and we'll move that one to D6. And we'll just create another one for the other snare. Yo! The moth is back. What the fuck? He's back. Well, I don't know where he is. Oh, there. Yeah, walk on my hand. Come on. Good. Now stay on my hand. We're just gonna go outside. Like that. And you're gonna stay outside. So we'll just add another one for that other snare. Just so that that also... Okay, let's see. Maybe we want to have a bit of a extra kick on this. Now, we can do that in here as well. So we can... I guess I can even use these tracks now for that. I could just say... Take a Serum, drop that on here. And then, if I play this... See, we get that. If I then just select the sine wave. We can... Yeah, they're just coming in. It is what it is. It's fine. I don't care about insects. As long as they don't fly in front of my face, it's good. The only ones I don't really like are mosquitoes and yellow jackets. Those are annoying. Like wasps are really annoying. I had one earlier this week. I woke up in the morning. I woke up and I was like, oh, what's this sound? And I just look all sleepy, you know, and I just look up like it was fucking bright outside. So I was like squinting my eyes. And suddenly I see this gigantic wasp just flying against my window. And I'm like, holy hell. It was almost the size of a hornet, but it was clearly a wasp. I was like, oh, damn! So immediately awake. Uh, yeah, those are a little bit less nice. Most of the time when it's just insects, it's just food for the spiders, you know? There's gonna be spiders around my window anyway, so there's always little jumping spiders walking around there, so, you know. Mosquitoes and shit. I had one earlier, a couple of weeks ago. I had this, there was this spider walking around inside, so I just dropped it out of my window, basically. And I went to work, and I come back from work, and he made this web just like all, basically from the roof to my window, right in front of the little piece of my window that's open. So when I turned the lights on at night, it was just attracting mosquitoes, and he was just catching all of the mosquitoes in his web. And I was like, oh, nice spider, good one. So this one, we can also tune it really easily if we just do that. Now it should be... Oh wait. This is hitting on a C, and do that. Now we can... Now obviously, it's layering with the kick of the break, so either we want to find a kick that layers nice with the break, so for instance this one, like this setting kind of gels well with the kick that we already have, so that could work, or we want to just sidechain the kick in the break to this one. But I personally always try to first find something, if I can make a kick that kind of sits exactly right on the other kick. Because if you can find one that does, then usually it just sounds so nice. It just works really well. And you can play around with the phase as well, so... See, you can hear here it's out of phase. It's just all flabby and it just... Or, well, actually... you can hear this... The sub is a bit out of phase here, I think. And then here... So if we listen to... See, that's the kick that I made. That is actually way too slow. Let me... yeah, okay, of course, because that is... Let me do something real quick. Because these MIDI notes are so short, right? I don't want to have to make these longer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the MIDI effects, and we're just going to take a low length device. I'm just going to drop this in front of this Serum. So it's not affecting the notes of the Addictive Drums at all, which also doesn't matter, because Addictive Drums just handles it with the release time. So it doesn't really matter. But I only want to affect this one, so I'm just going to make these a little bit longer. That's maybe too long, but like maybe something like that. And now we just get a longer kick. We can do that. Yeah, it cuts it off right before the end if I don't have this on. So with this, we just have the full kick. And then we can go back in here. Now, this kick might actually sound a bit weird on its own, but sometimes you can find one that layers nice with the break, so... But, yeah, this might be a bit much. See that? So now, without, that's without. Ooh, definitely nice and dirty. Ooh, I really like that kick. Like even just a kick will sound really cool. Let me delete that. Nice kick. Now, let's see what happens if we add a bit of another pitch envelope, but just a really short one, to kind of give it a bit more of a transient. Maybe even something like this. We'll just do the quickest setting first, drop it on here, make sure it's unipolar, and just crank it up a bit. And it might be good to bring the attack time down, so that we get a bit more of the click. Why does it not play it on the first? Do you hear that? Huh? What is happening here? Look at this. Huh? What the hell is what is hell happening here? What? Oh, if I play it from a little before the clip, it's fine. But why is it doing that if I play it from the start? That's weird, look. That's so weird. That's really, really odd. How comes nobody uses Massive X? There are plenty of people who use Massive X. I feel the thing with Massive was, with Massive X, Native Instruments really missed the mark when they released Massive X. And it's not that it's a bad synth at all. It's actually quite an interesting synth. I haven't really used it. I used a demo and I was like, I hoped it was gonna do something else. So I was like, whatever. But you have to understand where it came from, right? Like, Massive was the wavetable synth back in the day. Like, if we're going back to 2010 dubstep days, like, Massive was the synth. And then Serum came around, and Serum took over. It basically just destroyed Massive. And everybody started using Serum. And Massive X, I feel... Well, it was the successor to Massive, right? But, it didn't take into account a lot of the great things that Serum had over the old Massive. So that when Massive X was announced, everybody was like, oh, they're gonna go for, they're gonna retake the wavetable position from Serum. And then it came out, and it was nothing everybody hoped for. So it was just like, it was a bit of a how do you say it? A bit of a wrongly chosen moment to... maybe not. It was just unfortunate. Maybe if they had called it a different name, it would have been better, actually. If they had... Which sounds weird, right? Why would the name of the synth matter? But from a marketing point of view, I think if they would have just given it a completely different name that had nothing to do with the old Massive, it would have been a synth that would have catched on a lot more, and people probably would have went all crazy about it. It was the fact that it was named Massive X that made people expect it to be the successor to Massive, which was gonna, destroy Serum again, or defeat Serum again as the wavetable synth. But then it didn't do that, and that was kind of, I don't know. It's interesting how that can also affect things. I really think if they would have changed the name, it might have just, I don't know, might have worked better. It's still a good synth though. Like, I've seen people use it, and you can do some cool stuff with it, and especially like the routing stuff in it looks pretty interesting. Yeah, I remember having that. I was expecting, like, I don't know, Not what it was though. Yeah, the interface I'm not a big fan of, honestly. It felt a bit too harmory for my taste. Like that's the other thing. That's one of the other synths I don't like for the interface is harmor. Even though it's a really good synth, I just don't like the interface. It feels way too cluttered, and it's not really. I don't know. It's not really divided in a way where it's easy to look at. Where everything is, it looks a bit jumbled up, and as if like, oh, we have a little bit of space left here. Let's put another tiny button there because, we can't make it bigger because we don't have the space. But hey, there's a tiny space there, so let's just put a tiny button there. Just for the hell of putting something there. That's kind of what it sometimes feels like, even though that's not the case. And I felt the same with Massive Axe. Where there were just, especially with those buttons, like what was that gorilla looking button and stuff. It just, especially because that one was also visible in the first screenshots when they were announcing it, and everybody was like, what the fuck is that gorilla doing there? you know but yeah, I don't know. I mean, Massive was a great synth. The original Massive was a great synth for the time, but today, I don't know, it's been bypassed. It's been surpassed by so many other synths. So I just don't like synths that have like a really cluttered looking interface. I just don't like that. Like it's fine with like it's not the amount of parameters, because I'm fine with having like a ton of parameters and like different windows. That's fine, as long as it looks like cohesive, if you get what I mean. Whereas the issue with, for instance, Harmor I have is like there's like rotary buttons, sliders, there's drop downs, there's those ratio things as well that display numbers. There's like at least 4 different types of controls visible on the main page already, right? And then some of the rotary buttons are larger than other ones, and then other ones are smaller, and it's not really the best approach to UI design. Even though the synth itself is great, and it is capable of doing amazingly crazy stuff. But from a UI design point of view, it's not the best. Let's just say that. And then also how the knobs are aligned on the interface, where they're not like, oh, this is the filter section and all these knobs are like part of the filter section, right? And then there's like a little boundary around that, so you're clearly like, okay, this is the filter section. No, it's like, okay, this is here, and then the knobs below it are slightly shifted to the right. They're not in line with the other ones, and it's like, I get it, but yeah, it's not really the most user-friendly. I mean, Serum is not really the best one right now because I don't use the default skin, but I guess this skin I really like as well, but it's still pretty clearly visible, right? Where you have all these parameters, and then there's this box around it showing you that, hey, this is the filter section, right? And even though there's like also a drop down here and this, so there's 3 types of controls here, it's less painful to use, I guess, than something that has everything jumbled up in a way. I know it's not, but it's what it looks like. I hate that they changed it into a completely different... What? What are you talking about? Because this skin is not the default skin of Serum. This is just the skin that I use. Like the default Serum skin is the... what is it? That one. Of Massive X. Oh, did they change it? Talking about Massive. Best Serum skin is still this one. Honestly. You don't understand the matrix of Serum? Okay, let me switch to my other skin again, because it's so easy. I don't see what there's not to understand. Like, you've got your modulation sources here, so all your modulation sources where you can grab modulation from. This is the depth of the modulation. This is the destination. So if we want to send something to, I don't know, let's send the macro 4 to the global tuning, just to make it more, even more audible, and like set up a range, and now that controls the pitch. It's as simple as that. This changes if it goes unipolar or bipolar, so now it will also go below whatever this point is. So if the macro is all the way down, we will actually get a really low pitch. See? And the center position of the macro is now the pitch that we used to have. So that's the difference between that. And then this changes the curve of the automation. So if I want, if I move this linearly, or automate this linearly, but I want the pitch to come up exponentially, then I can do this. And then it will now follow this curve. It's kind of like a remap. Like the remap in other synths, for instance. And then the only thing left is this here, the acceleration source, basically. The aux source, auxiliary source, whatever you want to call it. That's basically using something else to control the depth of this modulation. So let's say we want to, I don't know, assign LFO 5 to there with a speed of 116. So now that LFO is controlling this modulation, and we start hearing it when I bring this macro up. And if this macro is down, we don't hear it because this is controlling this modulation, right? So we only hear it when this modulation is actually coming in. So that's that. This just inverts the modulation. So if we just do this, then now we should get a high pitch, I think. Oh no, we don't. Maybe it just now goes down. Or maybe that applies to this. I'm not entirely sure what that... Never really used this invert thing, to be honest, so... Maybe not the best person to ask what that does. Never really used that. And this is just a remap for this thing. So if I now do this, if I curve this down, and we have that pitch modulation on here, let's do a little bit less. Or maybe more. Fuck it. Like this is basically the same as doing this in here. Except we just leave this here. And then let's say this is mapped to 2 or 3 things, and you only want to have the one of them be exponential. Then you just go into the matrix, you find the one that you want to be like with a curve, and you just drag that down or up. And that's basically remapping the shape of whatever is mapped to the slot in front of it. And then this is just a global depth amount of the modulation. And that's it. Little crash course of how the matrix works. There you go. That's literally all there's to it. There's nothing else extra to say about it, I guess. Okay, we were... See? When I do this, so I'm now adding a higher... Sort of like... click at the start of the kick with this. See? And... as soon as I bring this in, so like this, it's layering fine with the kick of the break, but as soon as I bring this in, you can hear it goes out of phase with kick. So now I would play with the phase. To find where it is back in phase again. Somewhere around here. Now, for this, it's probably good to grab you. We can see but I can also hear it. I can hear that the sub is nicely aligned, and we can see it as well. Like there's no weird extra sort of like oscillation in the sub. We can see that it has a really nice. If we zoom in on this, see, we can see it has a really nice sort of like sine wave shape. Maybe this one here is a little out of phase. You can see that but it's kind of fine because it adds a little bit of dirt to the kick, but you can just see that this is in phase now. Whereas, well, we can probably check real quick if I go into the kick. If I just move this back to where it was, what was that? Here? See? That's what we get. Maybe I should, there we go. That's what we get. See how it's a lot less like that sine wave that we had before? It just, they look a lot less loud. And you can see a lot more of the noise coming through. That's because there's probably two different sine waves clashing, and they're almost aligned, but not exactly. So they're kind of decreasing each other's volume, and that's what you get. So when you bring that in phase, if we just play that, I probably should just, for the sake of that, loop one beat so we can see it. And if I now go into Serum, do it like that, we can exactly see what the phase is doing. And we can just say like, okay, that's kind of nice. Yeah. See, so I can tweak it so it's exactly right, or at least as good as possible, but it will make a huge impact on the sound of your drums if you get those right. And as soon as I start messing with the curve here, you will see that the alignment will go out of phase again. See? So you can get some pretty nice drums if you just, I would say, get this plugin. This plugin is really helpful. I've really been using this quite a bit for like stuff like this, like designing drums, but also just for, you know, being able to see everything. It's fine if it cancels a little bit. Like, canceling a little bit is not necessarily a problem, as long as the sub-frequency is kind of aligned, and like that little decrease in volume that we still get, because there's still, you could see, like at the second oscillation it comes around, it gets a little bit quieter and there's a little bit of the noise coming through, but that will actually just make the kick sound a bit dirtier, you know? It wasn't as big as what you could see on some of the other parts, where it was just completely out of phase, and you could see that the sub and the tail was just gone. And that's because they were just opposite phase, right? That's not what you want. You want them to be in phase, at least to the point where they start kind of like aligning with each other, because then it sounds better. Now it sounds good. So we can do the same thing for the snare. Not that it really needs it, but I kind of want to try it though. See what it sounds like. So let's go for another Serum. And let's grab, let's do this one. Now snare drums are really short, so we probably don't even need this long of a thing, but we're just gonna start with this. Drop that on there. Now this is already a D, which I'm not sure. The snare is hitting D, I believe. Yeah. So we just want to get it up there, which means we need to get there. Right? Yeah. Start with normal snare fundamental. It's too much for what we need, but let's just start with that. Maybe make a little bit more like that. And then let's grab a pitch envelope. I'm gonna make a really tiny part where it just stays like that, and then let's curve that down. And then let's drop that on the pitch. Quite a bit. Might be too much though. So now the same thing again. Let's check if we can. Okay, maybe do we have a section where we just have a snare? There. Hey. It actually already aligns properly. It's playing, right? Shit. So I can see. So like a little extra fast wiggle appear at the start of the snare, which is kind of cool. See, that's not there if we don't have that. See? It's also strengthening this, and it's really clipping it now. But does kind of strengthen that snare quite a bit, so, or especially the transient. So let's see what we get. See? Really adding a bit of a transient there, which it was really lacking. That's nice. Maybe add a little bit of noise to it, so we can do a little bit of maybe the bright white, and then just do let's just use another LFO. Probably should. Yeah, see, we want to really get that click sound in there. That's what the start of that snare needed. Now, one other thing that I want to do, because there is a snare in there that is quieter in velocity. Not that one, that one. That one is quieter in velocity. So, I want that layer, this one, to also be velocity sensitive. So, we can do that by just taking this and going into the matrix, and I just need to check all the ones that are assigned to a level or volume need to have the velocity. So I just do velo, velo, and now this is quieter on that next or that second time it goes around. So if I look at it with Vision 4X and just go back to let's just go back to this. So you can see that this one is quieter now. So it follows along with the snare level in the break. Oh. You're always tempted to put chorus on bass because it sounds so good in headphones. Yeah, true. It's fine if you put it on the high end. High end is usually fine. Starts to get a bit weird if you start putting it on the low end. That's usually when it starts getting a bit fucked. Oh yeah, and by the way, Greedo, I like face blend. Yeah. I've made a skin for it, by the way. A theme. My face blend looks nice. It looks cohesive with my Ableton now. I still need to get more into it though, because it's slowly becoming more and more my go-to synth, but I still need to get better at it. I'm not too comfortable yet with it, but it looks pretty nice now with my Ableton. Like basically the same yellow, same orange, or same purple. I was like, oh, nice. I didn't know you could do that, but when I figured it out, I was like, oh shit, let's make one. That one is on my Patreon, by the way, so that and a lot more. Any of you who are watching, if you want to help support, you can support me on Patreon. I'll quickly drop a link in the chat. Now, the snare definitely needs more high end. Right around there somewhere. Don't like how that then also affects the kick, so let's go in here. I would probably, if I, let's see, if I group this, put another Serum in here. I'm just gonna use noise. way too loud, but bear with me. Oh fuck, I moved Serum up too far. Let's do that. Can we make this window smaller? We can't. Okay, well we can close it, because we're done with that anyway. Make sure that is velocity sensitive. Let's try maybe some other noises. Yeah, I know. I think Patreon is just better anyway. Like, I like Patreon as well myself, because it's a great way for me to, you know, get something in return for what I do, but then also give something back still, if you get what I mean. Like, there is still something that you get for it, which feels better for me, even though I know that there's plenty of people who are just willing to, you know, donate some money every month in exchange for the live streams and for the videos that I do. But then still, it feels better for me to have something where people then still get something back for it every month as an extra. I don't know, it just feels nicer. Maybe if we do, okay, that's 1/8. Let's set this to an 8 note, and then let's do something like this maybe. Only plays a part of it, so I'm gonna have to we're gonna have to use one of those note length devices here as well to lengthen it a little bit. So we get the full fill. Let's just make it a little bit longer. Doesn't matter. Cut off anyway by this, so then we can also I can just put this on at the start like that, and we can use the speed here. I always a tip I can give you when you're making drums, make them with the BPM syncing off for the speeds of everything, of your LFOs and your envelopes. Well, envelopes don't have BPM syncing, but your LFOs will. The reason for that is that, let's say you're making drums and you have them tempo synced. So let's say your pitch envelopes are all tempo synced. As soon as you then think, what would these drums sound like at, I don't know, 140 beats per minute, and you slow down the drums to 140 beats per minute, all of your LFOs that you're using as an envelope, in Serum for instance, will then also become longer or shorter, depending on what you're doing with the BPM of the project. So, to not get that, make sure that you're always using Hertz values for your LFOs and envelopes, so that when you then change the project tempo, to maybe make a different version of the break at a slower tempo or something like that. Let's say you're making samples for your own, you know, your own personal collection, or you're making a sample pack. then you can just change the project tempo, and the drum sounds won't change their sound. They will still sound exactly the same. The gap in between them will just change. But if you keep them tempo synced, then, you know, it's always gonna change that when you change the project tempo. So, always a good idea to keep these unsynced, and then you have to play with the speeds. I'm gonna go for something similar. Like that. So that's what we're now adding to the break. So if I now turn these two off, this is what we had. And this is what we have now. See, so we're really just basically adding stuff to the break that it lacks. And as long as we make sure that we align the phase properly of those extra layers, we don't even have to sidechain. Like, there's no sidechaining happening whatsoever. But if I zoom in on these, they look pretty good. Like, there's no real weird out-of-phase stuff happening, so that's really nice. Now, there's one thing I might want to do. There's that one little fast wiggle at the start of the snare. I want to see what happens if I do sidechain a little bit on that first part of the snare. It's a massive difference, yeah. It is a massive difference. So, to do that, what I think we could do is, what if we add a tiny bit of attack to the snare? Like, I don't know, maybe 10 milliseconds or something. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, see, so then this is, yeah, this is nice. If we do that, this wiggle is now more sort of like, well, it's just this little extra higher thing now, and not layered with the extra additional sine wave. Look, if I go back into here, I'll just put that here. You can still see the attack. So if I put this at 0, see how this is sort of like weird? It goes a little bit negative for the first part and then goes positive. That's because there's a sine wave underneath there from the original snare and the break. So by just adding a little bit of attack here, and we might not even need that much, we might even just need a tiny little bit, we can get that to look better, and that will just make sure that this just, it even hits even harder, because it's more consistent. Let's see how quick we can get that. Okay, so at like 3 milliseconds we can start seeing it appear again. So we really only need like 4.5, 5 milliseconds. And if we even bring this up even more, we will probably see less clipping on this little part here. So let's see, if I just bring this up to 10, see how this just got less clipped? Because now this part of the sine wave is probably from that extra layer that I added, instead of from the snare and the break. So if it becomes a little bit too clipped at the start, we just need to bring this up a bit more, and then it's less clipped. But sometimes that extra clip sound can actually be nice. Well, just about there. Now, we also still have that other snare, remember? That one also needs an extra layer. So we can just grab this rack and just drop that over here. The only thing we have to change is the pitch of this thing, and then we have to realign the face probably. So let's go to here. Okay, that's a bit much. Let me let me just where is it? Let me just what's that? That's not even doing something. Oh, that's the choke. Yeah, okay. Let's just do that real quick. And I'm also gonna... Right. Okay, so this is now a much higher pitch, of course, because that's a D6, not a D, what was it, D2 or D1. So let's go to here. There we go, that's the same pitch again. But this snare is in a different pitch. So this snare is hitting in, I think it's hitting an A. It's hitting A or A sharp, or somewhere in between. So we need to go to here. This one is hitting a D. So we're gonna go down 4 or 5. Five sounds about right. Sounds about right. So now I wanna see if the phase is right. Well, I might want to change the patch first. Might want to have a slightly different transient on this one. Let's play around a little bit. Maybe not. let's just check real quick. It sounds all right, so it's probably good. Where is that? Why you're not doing anything? Shouldn't you show us something? Is it this one? Yeah. Okay. Oh. What did I do? There we go. Okay, so that is still looking a bit funky. Probably want to go for something more there. Try that. And then this one, which is the noise, that one wants to be longer for this. So we want to go in here and just pull this back. Make sure it's not synced. Okay, that might be good. Let's just try this. Pretty nice break. Now this is also why I didn't add the fundamental to the other one. So that range, if we look at the key range of that, it's only added to D1 and not to the, what is that, E1? Because E1 is all my ghost snares. So that way I can have the ghost snares be without the extra fundamental. The extra little, what is it, the loud thing. And still have like that option as well. Yeah, it's getting late actually. I completely lost track of time. It's fine. We made some really good drums. Really nice break. And that bass line, even though I'm not sure if this is going to be the bass line for this tune, I still really like this bass. It just wants an extra little thing somewhere here. That's kind of cool. Can also try this maybe. right, that's this one. What if we add? It's kind of cool. Whatever. To make sure that this one, yeah, also is velocity sensitive. Let's see. It's really subtle, but this adds an extra click. You can also try using these. And then find one that we like. We'll slightly change the transient, but if we want to make sure that we don't get any clashing, then we just high pass the noise layer like this. So it does add a little bit of an extra See? Get a little bit of an extra weird tiny little extra weird noise at the start of the kick, but lay it with the full, like I can even play just a kick. If I just do this solo. And then oh. I like using it without the filter though, and just... It's very subtle. Yeah, it is really subtle. Well, between this one and that one, you can still hear quite a bit of a difference. You said that little thing, it does strengthen the start a little bit. It's interesting how you can make drums better like that. You can play around a little bit with using maybe a tiny bit of reverb here. Let's see. Let's take the snare. Do you like that? I do like it, but I wish it was shorter. But I think this is the shortest. Oh wait. By the way, let's turn that off. Like now, at first I was like, I don't know if I like the reverb, but now if I turn it off, then I'm sure that I don't like it without, or that I like it more with. Like, yeah, it needs that little bit of extra room. I just wished... Yeah, that's nice. It could also sometimes be nice to do it on the kick, but oh, we can. Oh, nice. Let's send the kick to the second one. And that's gonna be way too wide, of course. But we can decrease that here. So we can set this to 0. And then we can mess with the reverb on the kick to get a different sort of like sounding kick, which can actually be pretty cool. Working on drums not my favorite part of making music, but you inspired me into it. Gonna do some before sleep. Thanks for the company. Yeah, I'll be ending it pretty soon as well. It's 1:27 a.m. here. I don't know, drums for me, I really like drums. It's one of the things that I like doing the most of the time. After that, I guess atmosphere, and then bass, and then, I don't know, maybe vocals last. Vocals are always a pain, I feel, but mostly because it's always hard to find a good sounding vocal because sample packs just sound like crap. But other than that, it's all right, you know. But drums I really like doing drums. It's one of the things I like most, actually. That's obviously way too much, but can be nice to add a little of that. It's mono anyway, so just need to make sure that you keep an eye on the phase as we start doing that. We want to make sure that the kick is still... Let's see, it's not. We're losing sub. That's probably the filter that I added on it. It's probably that high pass filter. Just position that so we can see it. Let me also... Okay, so it's alright still. It's not bad. But even with the sub in it, it's still fine. See? It's not then necessarily going out of phase as soon as I add this. So we can really use that to kind of play with the sound of that kick. We can see that the phase is changing a little bit, but that is actually something that might be cool. Like this little change here. That sometimes could actually sound nice. Like in this case I don't like it, but sometimes that actually sounds interesting because it makes the kick dirty. I do. You can even get really crazy and add all kinds of stuff to the till by just messing with this. See, if I start boosting stuff here, you can see how the till in the kick is changing. Like if I do this, we get a much longer sub resonance here. Sounds a bit fucked, but it's interesting though. think we really need this, but... I think I'll leave that one off. I think it's better without. Just a little, the reverb in here is still a little too long at the how do you say it? The shortest time. My opinion is just a little bit too long still, so I would probably add a separate reverb and then just, you know, add those instead. Did you try the new drift synth? I did. But I'm back on live 11.2 because 11.3 was really buggy and just laggy and it wasn't nice at all. So I went back to 11.2. It was doing all kinds of weird stuff. And it wasn't nice to work with. Like the drift synth, yeah, it's fine. But it's nothing that I need, honestly. I already have plenty of stuff that does what that drift synth does, so I'm not too excited about it, honestly. I was more excited about the auto warping being updated, but the update just introduced a lot of like lagging and other things that just weren't pleasant. Every time I would click a sample in the browser, like I can go to a random sample in here that has never been played. Let's go to here. There's probably plenty in here that are never played yet. Let's open up a random folder. I can play a sample, and it just starts immediately. And we can see the waveform immediately as well. On Live 11.3, if I would click a sample, it would take 400 milliseconds, 500 milliseconds, something like that, for the sample to appear and start playing. And then after it had played once and loaded the sample in here, I could click it again and it would just play it fine. But then I would click onto the next sample and that one would buffer and load, and they both have now a check mark like this, right? Or you can see that one. Fuck. Let's do this. Now you can see it. See? These ones here, they are now both played. I first clicked this one and then I clicked that one. So you can see these little check marks, so they're both loaded, they're both buffered. And I would have this one, but then I click back on this one, and it would buffer it again, which gave me that lag again. But it wasn't just like 400 milliseconds for the audio to start playing, the entire UI would lag during that. And it was like, what? Why is it doing that? And it would keep doing that for every single time, and then yeah, at that point it's just like not pleasant browsing through samples. If you every time you go to the next sample, you have to wait for like 400 milliseconds for the sample to start playing, and the whole UI lags. It's just not good. So yeah, I went back and I hope they can fix it in the upcoming update, because yeah, that wasn't the best. Anyways, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. It's getting late, so I'm gonna stop streaming. If you want to join my Discord, I'll drop a link in the chat right now. Join the Discord if you want. And if you want to help support me, you can support me on Patreon. On Patreon, I drop presets, skins for synths and Ableton, samples every month. Wavetables, what else is on there? Impulse responses, we've got so many things in there. Oh yeah, racks for Ableton as well. If you want to get those, you can go to my Patreon using this link. And if you sub to my Patreon, you will also be able to grab all the things that I have posted up until now, minus 1 or 2 posts that I did because the files were so large and they've been removed, and I don't really have anywhere to host them. But other than that, most of the stuff you can just download still from all the previous months. So if you want to help support me, that's the best place to do so. I'll be back again on Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time, around that time. So check out what it is for you. I'll be in the Discord after the stream as well. So if you have something more to ask or you wanna chat about something, come to the Discord. I'll be there after the stream. And yeah, that's gonna be it. So thanks. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.